Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Escape to Nature, and welcome to the beautiful Ukukuyo in Namibia. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we hope we are going to have a wonderful day. My name is Lisa, and I'm thrilled to be one of your naturalists today, and hoping we are going to see a lot of beautiful and interesting things today. What a way to start the day. All of the zebras, the wildebeest, the oryxes. It truly looks like a great migration always when I come to this area and just appreciate and admire all of these animals. I truly do hope we are going to see some rhinos here again today as well. Whilst monitoring this beautiful camera yesterday, there actually were 4 rhinos here yesterday, so that was pretty cool for myself. I have never been lucky enough to see that many black rhino together. Now remember, this is a live and interactive experience. So please do send us any questions you might have, any comments, anything you would like us to chat about. This really is your safari, and we are so lucky to have you join us. So please just remember, this is a live journey that you can join us on, and we can chat about anything you would like to. It's incredible to see how early these animals are already enjoying the water and just cooling down. I take it it's going to be a nice and hot day here in Ukukuyo. But speaking of which, let's take a look at today's weather. Just absolutely incredible how water can really just bring all of the animals together. I guess it's like food with humans as well. Whenever we have something to chat about or discuss or celebrate or anything, there's always food involved as well. Much like water with animals. Oh, that's nice. That one zebra just did its business in the water. Lovely. But thank you so much for getting in touch with us. Yes, definitely. I could not agree with you more. It is already so busy. A lot of activity at the watering hole as well. But as I say, luckily that's the thing with water, that you know some or other time there will be something happening. I used to love to do that on safari. Just go to a watering hole and just sit. Even if there's no big animals or anything, there's always birds or insects or something to observe. That's the beauty about Mother Nature. There's always something to learn and something to look at. Just want to have a look around and see if anything else is approaching from afar as well. We've got some beautiful kudu that are also now joining the breakfast party. Moya, absolutely, it is magical. Just everything, whichever location we are at, it's always beautiful, whether it's birds gracing us with their noises or the animals actually coming for a drink. It's always so, so special just to be able to see all of these animals and just watch what they're doing. If you'll just bear with me, I just want to have a look-see to our right and just see if any big animals might be approaching. Good morning, kudus. Good morning, kudus and zebras and springboks and everything. So the kudus, what I always told my guest on safari is that this is the most optimistic animal out there, because they wake up every morning and they literally say, what shall I do today? I could do this or I could do that. They are very positive animals. Just want to have a look-see. It seems like they are all very vigilant of something here to the left. Just want to make sure we are not being left out on a secret or something. Victoria, yes, that was also my thoughts. Of course, they are not afraid of elephants, but of course you have to be very respectful of such a big animal. So just want to make sure if something is not in fact approaching from the side. Not yet. Well, at least not yet that we can see. Hopefully we'll have a lot of animals here at this beautiful watering hole, or salt pan I should say, in Ukukuyo. But I think while everyone is heading off slowly and they have greeted us, thank you so much for that, animals. You guys are awesome. I think let's see what's happening at Mashatu's watering hole. Good morning, animals of Botswana. Sheesh, and all of the Quillias as always. Just letting us know they are also here. We are not allowed to exclude them. And of course, beautiful harem of impala, guinea fowls. It truly is so incredible on safari. You just never know what you're going to see. I think that is the beauty, but also the unlucky thing. Not just about safari, about life, I guess, as well, is you never know what's going to happen. You must just embrace it and enjoy it and appreciate it and just, for me, I just love admiring it. Billy, yes. A lot's happening in Mashatu already. We've got all these beautiful animals. Earlier this morning we had some elephants already drinking. So it truly is. I think I am a very, very lucky naturalist because I can just wait for the animals to come to us. We are very lucky indeed just to be able to see these animals. And hopefully we'll be able to see a lot of interesting interactions today as well. Again, if you have anything you would like to ask me or anything specific you would maybe like to discuss. I mean, nature is such a cool topic and it can cover so many topics in itself as well. So that truly is the cool thing about nature. You can never stop talking. Just want to make sure here that we are not overlooking anyone. Oh, there's an Egyptian goose with a little one. If I'm looking correctly, let me just make sure. I've learned many times the hard way not to just call it when it comes to birds. Let me just make sure. Oh, and our Cory Bastard is back. Yes, look at that. It's a baby Egyptian goose. Hi, little one. So precious. Just want to show all of you the Cory Bastard. That is so cool. Yesterday I was saying I hope we see him some more other time again, and yesterday we saw it, and now it is back. Good morning, friend. We are so happy and thrilled that you have joined us this morning. in your awkward sitting position. These truly are such cool birds. I love Kori bustards. And it's always so special to see them drinking. I have not yet seen this many times in my life. But it's so interesting to see how vigilant it is. Almost like a giraffe. Before it goes down for a drink, it just makes sure of its surroundings. Just making sure everything is safe. There's another one! Oh my goodness, they made I Can Die happy. I say this literally every day, but how cool is that? We have 2 Kori bustards. That is so cool. And for me, this has always been one of the most fascinating bird calls. Because if you do not know what is in the bush and you do not know what their call sounds like, you will definitely need to change your underpants because it sounds very much like a predator. That is literally the Kori bustard call. And again, for me, the first time I heard it, I was not entirely sure what is happening. So truly, if you do not know their call, you will be rather frightened, I think, in the bush, as I was the first time when I heard that call. It's almost like an impala call as well. If you're just chilling in the bush and you're not sure what you're hearing, it's a very unsettling sound. It's almost like a bleh. The warthogs are Having a nice morning jog this early already. I don't know if I would be jogging around and chasing others around this early in the morning. Unless someone stole my cereal, then I would do it. Or if I have not yet had my coffee. Amukulani, yes! Definitely, it seems like it's going to be a nice and hot day here in Mashatu. And yesterday we saw in literally all of our locations, except for Amakala that got a bit cooler in the afternoon with Trish. But yesterday it was fairly hot in all of our locations, and interestingly enough, that brought a lot of activities, especially for us at the watering holes. The animals just came to us, so it was so cool. So hopefully that happens again today. I don't know if you can see at the bottom, there's a terrapin. I got very excited for a second. I thought it's the crocodile, but it's a terrapin just swimming about, waiting for the animals to come to the water so it can clean their legs. Oh, I love the shadows that the quillias cast over the water. It's just magical. And just like that, both of our bustards disappeared. Just want to make sure they probably headed into the shade, or they might have come around to the other side.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariga Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise? Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
So, yesterday we had a lot of discussion around what we can learn from animals and how incredible animals are, as we do every day, of course. And yesterday I asked the question, if you could be any animal, which animal would you be? It doesn't have to be just an African animal. But today I would love to hear from you. Which animal do you admire the most? Which animals do you think we can learn from? For me, it would be elephants, you know, the way they protect each other, or it can literally be anything. What do you think? Which animals can we learn the most from? Alrighty, well, while I observe and learn from these animals, I know Rolf is very, very eager to say good morning to all of you wonderful people.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Escape to Nature. I'm coming to you live from the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, and I'm watching my good friend zebra called Stompie. Well, I called him that because he's got a very short little tail, most likely bitten off by one of his friends. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and what does the bush hold in store for us? Well, we'll just have to escape to nature and find out. For now, quite blustery and windy here in this part of South Africa, near to the coast. So this time of the year we do have quite strong westerly winds that come through, and they bring up the cold fronts from the Cape Town region, which come all the way from the Antarctica. But for now, it's just changing by the minute. Sometimes the clouds are over, sometimes the sun is shining through. But all the while, the wildlife continues on their daily routine in and out on the plains. Lots of swishing tails, chasing flies. Other than that, all calm and relaxed. Well, Stompie does work his tail a little bit there. I think it's not great anymore, that fly swat. It's more of a fly chase than a fly swat now. But he is still a very good looking zebra, albeit sans tail. Looks like he's got a bit of frayed hair there at the end, so it's like it tried to make itself a fly swat, but I wonder, the way that looks, it may be a bit of a deformity, not actually bitten off. I've seen lots of zebras' tails that have been bitten off, and I've actually seen them do it to each other, so I assumed that that's what that is, but I wonder if it was potentially born like that. Who knows? You can hear the Egyptian geese in the background, constantly calling and fighting and flying around here in this particular area of the reserve. I often see them as they're standing still. When the flies land on them, they just sort of move their skin and shakes the flies off. You can You hear the red-fronted tinkerbird calling. There's been a bit of action from the ostriches this morning, a bit of displaying, not too much. They were just displaying males between each other. It wasn't really trying to attract a female, it's just trying to show off. So Alan, zebras have got quite a strange call. You wouldn't really think that it's a zebra making the call, and it's a very distinct, unique call that you can't mistake for anything else. It's like a whoop, 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 whoop. Very high pitch, similar sort of to the nasal when donkeys call. That sort of when they go that part is quite similar to the tone or the pitch that you get on the zebra. But it's one of those calls when you do go out or you go on a safari, you find that it is one of those iconic calls that you hear from the lodge, or towards sunset. Like for instance at Okukuyu in Etosha in Namibia, you often hear them calling. At Djuma in the evenings as well. It's an alarm call that they do use. One of those iconic calls, like a lion roaring, fish eagle calling, jackals calling towards sunset. They're normally the first ones as the sun is going down of the predators to be heard, followed by hyenas with a whoop, and sometimes a woo, and then obviously later on lions, and zebra obviously classed with those iconic calls. Egyptian geese, not quite as iconic, I would say. More of a racket. I'd class Egyptian geese with hardy-daws, I would have to say. Harassing hardy-daws. There's the bums of Africa. Righty, so all calm here. Looks like there might be a little bit of playing going on with these zebra now. But, well, that's me. I'll be sticking it out here, whether it's cloudy or sunny. I wonder if it's sunny. I'm sure it is at Mashatu.
Rolf, can I just say, you make my day with your different calls. Yesterday you also did a very strange call, but that zebra and donkey impersonation was brilliant. Thank you for that. I'm sure our friends loved it as well. And of course we have elephants at Mashatu. And I say of course, I mean I take them for granted, because of course Botswana is known for elephants, but it truly is always such a treat to see these beauties. Oh, what a way to have started the day with all of the animals in a Kokoyo, The two Cory bustards, the elephants, the zebras with Rolf. Oh, wow. How beautiful is this? So if you look at this elephant to the far left, interestingly enough, just like humans, elephants have a dominant side. So they have a side that they will use more, and there'll always be a tusk that is shorter because they use that tusk the most to debog trees and to rub against things. And just like this elephant, you can very, very beautifully see it now. The one tusk is predominantly shorter than the other, which is truly incredible if you think about it, because again, nature is just so, everything is worked out, and we don't even know if these elephants realize it. To them, it's just passed on over all the years, and that is just what they do. Oh, that baby. Hi, baby. It's always so cute when you see the calves' tusks coming out. Because of course when they are born, you can't see any tusk protrusion yet, but it goes into the actual face. So then only later it will start showing, just like these tiny babies. And I think for me, for those of you that have not yet had the privilege to go on an actual safari, please do yourself a favor and get to Africa and do it while you can. Because honestly, being next to one of these animals in real life is just, oh, I was saying to someone yesterday as well, it's a very humbling experience. because they are these massive animals and they can cause so much destruction. But just like anything else, if you respect them, they'll respect you. But their eyes alone, I think that is probably, of all the animals, elephants have the most beautiful and soulful eyes, which is tricky to see now because of course it's covered under beautiful long eyelashes, but they really have these stunning soulful eyes. It truly is so incredible just to be able to observe these animals and just listen to everything else going on around them. As naturalists, that is one of the biggest rules or guidance lines that gets passed on to us is sometimes you just have to observe and let nature do the talking. And this is truly such an impeccable example of that. Just watching these elephants just exist and just be. We are very, very, very lucky to be able to exist amongst these amazing creatures. Well, that is truly so, so special that these elephants came to say good morning to all of us and just grace us with their amazing presence. But someone else that would like to grace us with their presence and say good morning is Lauren. So let's head on over.
Good morning, everyone, and a big warm welcome from Madikwe Game Reserve. We have been having the best morning at this dam this morning. This giraffe has just decided to drink. Sadly, the zebras and the waterbuck have left by now, but it has just been such a wonderful morning. And this dam, I don't think we've showed you all before. This is Jackie's Dam, and it's actually in the camp that we're staying. But we're sitting on Clo Deck, which basically means elephant deck, and a lot of action happens here. Perfect birding as well. Haven't done too much birding at Madikwe, so that's exactly what we're going to do this morning. But good morning, my name is Lauren, and I do have Davi on camera. And we are just going to sit and watch everything unfold. Escape to nature together. What comes by, comes by. We're going to do the birds in just a little bit, but I think the giraffe's just arriving, watching me. Good morning, giraffes! About to have a drink is such a lovely scene unfolding. I'm sad we missed a waterbuck. I don't think we have put waterbuck on at Madikwe. Don't see them too often. It's just really, you sort of find a big herd of them around this particular dam. Now there is a crocodile here. I think one of the few crocodiles in the reserve. I don't know where he is, but it means that most of the animals coming down here are going to be a little bit nervous. The elephants will arrive soon. I am absolutely sure of it. Without a doubt, the elephants will arrive. Davi's looking at me bewildered, but I'm sure, Davi. I don't know when, but they will. Do you think it's a big statement? Maybe. Davi's got a point. You shouldn't really be sure of anything in nature, but still, they will arrive. Look at the giraffe coming round to where the zebras are, because that means it must be safe. Oh, Davi, I want to point out a nice bird to you, if that's okay. See, if you come to our edge of the dam, just on the right there, you see that bird perched? Kate, I know. I love to see a variety of species too. And honestly, that's where Madikwe trumps. Davi and I were saying yesterday, I have never seen water holes like this before. And that's what makes Madikwe Madikwe. Oh, hello. Who are you? If any of you know the ID of this bird, send it in. This is said to be one of the best dams for birding. But I'm not sure I know which bird this is. I'm just slowly looking at it. My monitor that got delivered here, you can zoom. You can actually zoom in the monitor. Oh, Modern day technology, you've got to love it. Oh, look at that. You can see it's a predatory bird. It's very small. I think raptor. Okay. We got the answer. Black-shouldered kite. Hello, you. The black-shouldered kites we used to see in Amakala were a little bit bigger than this, or maybe it is just because it's a long-distance visual. It just looks tiny. Okay, well, we've started with bird number 1, everyone. Thank you, Lisa. If we go down to the ground, Davi, where the bird party is happening, we've also got a bird party on our roof, everyone. I'm sure you can hear. There we go, look at this. So you can see a collection here. Now if you look at the tall one on the right, it's very obviously a stork, if you weren't sure. It's very obvious. And then it's even more obvious with that big yellow bill. It is in fact a yellow-billed stork. He's happy that we're talking about him. Did you see that? Now, not as big as a saddle-billed stork, but still very, very big. I mean, you cannot miss these birds. And then next door, also a difficult one to get wrong. Look at that beak. That is the spoonbill, which you do see in the likes of Juma, but I would say not too commonly. Chitwa, and occasionally Juma Dam, you do get the spoonbills, but I wouldn't say it's as common as what we see here. There are many spoonbills here. Davi, someone's coming in to drink again, interrupting our birding. Look at all the spoonbills and the storks in the background. I have to say, Jackie's Dam is just incredible. This is where we had the hyenas kill, we believe the hyenas hunted and killed a kuru. Doesn't seem to have been another predator, it was the hyenas. And then the wild dogs came, then the elephants came, and then the winner of the carcass at the end of the day was actually the crocodile. The crocodile launched out of the water while the wild dogs and hyenas were battling and just took charge of the carcass. And that's the first time I've ever seen a crocodile out the water on a carcass like that, jumping away.
Hi, my name is Debbie Den Hartog and I come from Pretoria in South Africa, and I am absolutely thrilled to have won the Wild Earth Prize to the Woodbury Tented Camp in Amakala Game Reserve. Wild Earth has changed my life as I love watching the daily game drives. Thank you, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be getting out there to experience it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your name.
Welcome back to Ukukoyo. Oh, and what a morning. What a way to start a morning, Lauren. Giraffe, zebras, the kites. So beautiful. And as I mentioned earlier as well, we truly are so lucky just to be able to sit at the water and just wait for the animals to come to us. We've got a beautiful elephant bull that is just busy splashing himself and just absolutely enjoying the water. This is a beautiful big bull. Hopefully he turns around and gives us his better side. But he's got stunning tusks on him. Beautiful set of tusks. And then of course you can see by his actual body size, it's also a very old bull. And just like that, he decides he's done. Seemed like he could have fallen asleep in that water, and then all of a sudden, nope, I'm done. Amukulani, yes, crocodiles definitely attack elephants in the water. Of course, this is a massive bull, so it'd have to be a very big and brave crocodile. However, from my knowledge, there is not a crocodile in this salt pan. But yes, definitely it often happens in Kruger, in the Lowveld, where you'll see elephants, with half a trunk, where crocodiles have actually gotten to him. Or to them, I should say. But yes, no, definitely crocodiles will attack elephants if they have the opportunity. However, it's not a common occurrence. Of course, they do realize the risk involved as well with such a massive animal. Now remember, this is a live and interactive experience. So please do send us any questions or comments, whether it's to myself or Lauren or any of the other naturalists, anything you would like us to chat about or perhaps explain for you, whether it's about nature or any of the animals. Please do get in touch with us, because this is after all your safari. And we are so thrilled to have you join us and just be on the safari with us, so we can escape to nature through the African wilderness. I just love how quickly that elephant decided, okay, now I'm going. Oh, I just love the oryx. I'm yet to see them for myself in the wild, in person. But they truly are stunning antelope. And in Afrikaans we refer to them as the gemsbok. In my mother tongue, which is Afrikaans, we have a lot of and rrr. I remember when I was working in the States, that was always a very fascinating point to guests. They could never understand why we talk like that. Gemsbok. And dan wildebeest is very much the same as a wildebeest. Springbok also very closely. It's a springbok. What else do we have? Zebra is just zebra. An elephant is olifant. So some of them is not too far from the English wording. However, a gemsbok that relate or translates, not relates, that translates to oryx. Vicky, so that is a brilliant question. And although as humans, we interpret nature as much as we can, animals, of course, use their excellent sense of smell for finding water. But also like elephants, for instance, elephants can actually hear the water underground. I'm not sure who of you were with us yesterday on Sunset Safari. Cedric also actually explained it, how they dig up water and all of that. So, but primarily by smell, animals have an immaculate sense of smell. And of course, some have a better sense of smell. But yes, for kilometers and kilometers, they can find water. And that is actually what game paths are also for. These little roads that the animals create, which are called game paths. Generally, if you follow a game path, it will almost always lead to water. But of course, in wintertime, the watering holes do dry up, some of them. That is why rain is such a crucial thing for nature, whether it's in Namibia, Botswana, Sabi Sands, the Masai Mara, anywhere. And I think that is why it's so crucial for us as people as well to use water very sparingly. I know right now, currently in our country, in South Africa, we are facing a water crisis. And, a lot of people are saying we don't realize how serious it is until it becomes really detrimental. And if you look at animals, I mean, it's not like they will waste water or anything. So earlier on, I spoke about what can we learn from animals and from which species. But I think in general, it's just so good to observe animals because everything they do is not wasteful. It's got a purpose. Whereas we as humans, I don't know, I think we have a lot to work on. Just want to see what these little chickadees are in the water. I think it's little grebes. Yes! Or the dab chicks, that as they are also referred to. I know Rolf saw some this morning as well. I love them. They are so, so cute. I actually want to see. I know Rolf referred to the little grebe call earlier, but I want to actually share it with you because it truly is just, if they aren't cute enough to look at, their call alone is so, so adorable. Almost sounds like a squirrel giggling or a chipmunk or something. That is what those cute little birds sound like. The dab chicks, if you look closely, they are in the watering hole amongst the animals. All just peacefully coexisting. Tom, definitely, I agree with you. It almost seems unreal. It's yes, it's not natural. Natural, goodness, naturalist. It's not natural. It looks very out of place, and I've mentioned so many times, checking out these animals at Ukokoyo. I don't know how they survive, because it's not green and lush like the bushveld, for instance, and yet somehow these animals survive and they make it work. It really does look like they are living on the moon or something. But that is definitely another thing we can learn from all animals, just being able to adapt. They don't throw tantrums when their circumstances change and they have to, sort of change with it. They just do it. Whether there's no water or no food or anything, it's always survival of the fittest, and somehow they still make it work. Kimberly, that's a good question. How do springboks attract females for mating? So, of course, your springboks also fall under the social structure of harems, like the impala. But for animals in general, I would say it's always about size. If you look at lions, for instance, a male lion has a massive mane, and that is to obviously protect its face and its throat when it's fighting with other males. But it is also, how can you say, an attraction purpose or mechanism for the ladies. So, of course, big mane must mean, wow, he is very impressive and he will give beautiful babies. So the same goes for animals. Of course, with some animals, both male and female have horns, like the wildebeest, for instance. But they use that, and then, of course, they do use their different pheromones and scents, and they will mark their areas, like, for instance, the wildebeest will rub its face in the soil, and he'll actually just chill in that spot and wait for females to come past and then decide if they like his cologne or not. So same with the springboks, all of the animals have various ways of, attracting the opposite sex. I think it's much like humans as well. Some people are attracted by the cologne, others by the materialistic things, and then others are just, attracted by a good personality or good sense of humor. However, I think the animals do not have that advantage of making each other laugh and then attracting each other that way. So it's all about the looks and the pheromones. Yes, that is a funny picture now. Imagining the animals making each other laugh. That was one of my favorite things on safari, is to give the animals voices, and then I'll do like voiceovers. I think when you become a naturalist, you tend to lose your mind a little bit. It's just something that you gain or lose in your mental state of, I don't know, something happens. And we tend to entertain ourselves, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen, either on Escape to Nature or Sunset Safari, Sunrise Safari. Alrighty. Well, while these beautiful animals are just enjoying the Ukakuya watering hole, I think let's take a look at what's happening in Djuma. Yes, zebras. Thank you, Murphy's Law. They are now walking away. Much like the animals do when they know we are coming to them. But of course, this is their time and their habitat, and they may do whatever they like. We are mere visitors, and very, very fortunate in being so. I am so happy I got to show you a bush. Now, the zebras are, of course, just heading off into the shade now. It is a fairly hot day as well. There's a slight bit of a breeze. But you're in the low veld. A breeze this time of year is literally just heat circulating.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly on our website.
No animals yet. But the day is still young. Oh, look at the beautiful family. I'm literally a sucker for any baby animal, whether it's a baby elephant, a baby bird, literally anything you can bribe me with. And it's really so incredible to see how fast these birds grow. And of course, being birds living on the ground, pretty much mostly, they are precocial when they hatch from the eggs. So when birds hatch, they can either be artificial or precocial. So precocial means it's pretty much not helpless and can do a lot of things pretty much as soon as it's hatched. Whereas artificial, I refer to it as artificial. That's how I've always remembered it. That would be your helpless little chicks that can't feed themselves yet, that can't fly or walk or do anything yet. But the Egyptian geese, like these little ones, are precocial when they hatch from the eggs. Just beautiful, looking for some seeds and pods that they can eat. They are so, so cute. While I admire them, I would love to send you back to Lauren so we can see what she's been up to.
This is the moment where I look at Darby and I say, I told you so. We have a big bull here. He's already had his drink. I hope he's not on his way out from the dam, because I want to take you on a sensory journey. And I want this elephant to be the focal point. Don't go, boy. If you're wondering what that grey box is there, that is in fact the hide, Jackie's. One of the most amazing hides I've actually ever seen. And you can go, it's submerged, so you go under this little walkway and you're in the dam to watch the animals. It's incredible. We did try to go live from there, but it's in the middle of the dam, so the signal is tricky. Our Ellies have gone, but that's fine. We can go back to the birds. And I want to take you on a journey. I have touched on this before, but I want to do it again properly. And I really want you to sort of envision what I'm seeing. Sad the elephant's gone, but imagine that elephant, okay? That bull is here at this dam with us all. And you are here with me, whoever you are. Whatever sex, race, gender, culture, doesn't matter. You're here at this dam. Now, first things first, you and I, no matter who you are going to be very different. Even if you are a blonde, white Scottish girl from Edinburgh, that's 5'2", we're still going to be very different in the way that we perceive our world. Our sensory system is not going to be the same. No matter how similar we are on the outside, on the inside, in terms of our sensory apparatus, is going to be very different. Now that elephant standing there, okay, he's now gone, so imaginary elephant. Let's just say a mouse is just scurrying across the dam towards those birds. And then a little bird hops in. we got any little bird? There's a lapwing down there, Darby. Just in front of you to the right. Or any small bird hops in, one of the starlings. And then, if you look up on one of the trees, you're going to see an owl. An owl is perched there. And then, as you look closely into that tree, there's actually a bat hanging upside down. Then, you just hear this noise, and you realize there's a rattlesnake slithering across the ground. You can just hear the rattle, and you can hear the noise against the gravelly sort of sediment. Then you see something glinting in the sun, and you realize it's a spider's web, and in the middle is a spider. Let's just go with a golden orb web spider because they're so beautiful. And you can't really see it, but right now all around you are buzzing mosquitoes. Oh, that noise. You can't really see them, but you can hear them, and you know why they're around you. Then, if you look into the distance, there's a beautiful sunflower, which is my favorite flower, and a bee sits on that sunflower. So this is all hypothetical, poor Darby. I'm throwing them out to animals that are not really here, but they are here in this journey at the dam. And it doesn't really matter what they're doing here. All of these animals actually wouldn't be found here, but I've chosen them because they are examples of different types of animals that have a different sensory apparatus from each other. So they're all in the same place along with you and I at this waterhole, Jackie's Dam. But every single species that I mentioned is going to be having a completely different experience. And I just want to give you an example of that. So the elephant that we saw raises his trunk right up in the air, almost like a periscope, because he wants to figure out what's going on around him. The rattlesnake that you saw slithering along the ground flicks its tongue. The mosquitoes that are all around your head are actually cutting through the air with their antennae. All of these animals that I just mentioned are doing the exact same thing. The elephant, the rattlesnake, and the mosquitoes. They're all smelling. They're all smelling Jackie's Dam and the floating chemicals that are in the air around them. But all three organisms that I just touched on are doing it completely differently. The elephant is using his trunk, which is a bizarre appendage anyway, if you think about it. The rattlesnake is using his tongue. The mosquito is using its antennae. But all three organisms are doing the exact same thing. In terms of the sensory world, they are all smelling. The elephant doesn't smell anything exciting. He enjoys the smell of water. It's stimulating him. It smells amazing. But he's had his drink, and there's nothing really else to note worthily happening at the dam. The rattlesnake, though, there is something worth noting. The rattlesnake, using his tongue, can smell the mouse. Remember the mouse that was scurrying by at this waterhole? So the rattlesnake thinks, aha, there was nothing interesting to the elephant, not at all. He's moved off. In fact, he's gone. But the rattlesnake, aha, there is something interesting. The rattlesnake, using his tongue, can smell the mouse. And it starts to coil its body. It's getting ready for ambush. It's hungry. The mosquitoes that are flying around your head smell the delicious and alluring carbon dioxide. That is on mine and your breath, whoever you are. The carbon dioxide on your breath can be picked up by the mosquito. And the mosquito is now interested of the aroma or both of our skin. So out of those three organisms, nothing was interesting to the elephant, but to the rattlesnake and the mosquito, bingo. They're onto something. What they want is here. And just imagine that mosquito is about to land on your arm. It's just about to land on your arm, and you go, you slap it away because you don't want it to bite you. The mosquito dashes away. You didn't even have a chance. It's gone. It reacted quicker than you. But the slap that you just gave your arm disturbed the mouse. So the mouse got such a fright that it squeaked an alarm. I don't know if that's what a mouse sounds like, but you know where I'm going with that. Now that screech, we heard it. You and I at Jackie's Dam, we heard that squeak. And it is audible to the bat. The bat in the tree heard that. but the squeak was too high for the elephant. So far a lot is happening, from smelling to listening, but it's not audible or interesting to all species that we're going through. So far, the elephant didn't smell anything and he also didn't hear anything. He's really not interested in the drama that is currently happening around Jackie's Dam. The elephant, though, although there's nothing interesting happening, unleashes a really sort of deep, thunderous rumble. The mouse didn't hear it. I didn't hear it and you didn't hear it. It's far too low-pitched for us. The bat didn't hear it. But the rattlesnake who's on the ground, who's interested in the mouse, the rattlesnake felt it. The rattlesnake felt the vibrations of the elephant's rumble. I didn't hear it. Bat didn't hear it. And neither did the mouse. We can't really hear all the squeaks of the mouse or the elephant, but we can hear the birds. We can hear that lapwing, ding, 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 or the starlings, or the weavers, or whatever bird we're going with. We can hear them. We're surrounded by bird call right now. The frequencies of the bird calls are much better suited to our ears. But our hearing, both you and I, is a little bit too slow to pick out all the complexities that is actually encoded within a bird song. We can hear the bird song and it's beautiful, all the different melodies. Do, 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 do. Coo, 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 coo. Whichever bird call you want to go with. It's beautiful, we love it, but we're actually not hearing it all within its full, intricate complexity, because our ears are not equipped for that. But all the other birds you see around the stand, they can hear it. They can hear the bird song perfectly. I hope you're enjoying this. The bird, I'm going to change the bird. I'm going to make it that beautiful crimson-breasted shrike that I got on camera the other day, which is iconic to Madikwe. They also have the rare morph. We don't actually have one, so again, use your imagination, people. We're looking at that crimson-breasted shrike. And it is bright red to me. That crimson is so delicious that I immediately want to buy a dress with that color. And I don't really like to wear the color red. But the elephant, who's just chilling and not really stimulated by anything, doesn't see that red color. It's not a crimson-breasted shrike to that elephant. The elephant's eyes can only really see sort of shades of blue and yellow. That's called dichromatic. We are trichromatic. We are tri. They are dichromatic. So that elephant is looking at the same crimson-breasted shrike as us, but not seeing the same colors. Maybe it's a blue-breasted shrike to the elephant. Who knows? The bumblebee, remember the beautiful bumblebee that's on the sunflower over there? It also can't see red. But that bumblebee can see more than the elephant. That bumblebee is very, very sensitive to ultraviolet hues and violet hues. Way out of our realm, way out of our dimension, because they are tetrachromatic. So elephant dichromatic, humans trichromatic. That bumblebee is tetrachromatic. They can see another dimension that we can't even begin to imagine. As I sit here, I think, how can there be colors that I can't see? It's not just an extension of the rainbow. It's another dimension to the rainbow. And it's almost impossible for us to imagine. I love colors because humans are visual. But how can that be? And yet there are a few humans, I've touched on this, that can actually see the ultraviolet. They are also tetrachromatic. It's a mutation. Now, out of all of these species, believe it or not, you and I, sitting here at Jackie's Dam, our eyes are the sharpest. Sally, I hope you're enjoying it. It's a bit bizarre. I prepared this for you all because I want to take you on this sensory journey. Although there's not much happening in the dam, and okay, there is not a bat, there is not an owl, and there's not even a crimson-breasted shrike or an elephant. I'm taking you on a journey so that you understand that we live in an immense world. But it's such a world that we can't actually tap into other species the way that we want to. So I do hope you enjoy it. And you and I, Sally, our eyes are actually the sharpest, technically. Even if you do wear contact lenses or glasses, human eye is very, very sharp. So we can spot that gorgeous golden orb web spider that we were talking about. But when it gets dark, and we're still at this dam, and we're still having this conversation, and the sun goes down, our eyes really stop working. Yes, we can see to an extent, but we're not nocturnal in that way. Our eyes are not really equipped for darkness, especially pitch darkness, when it's not full moon. We're plunged into darkness, and we rely on artificial light most of the time as humans. So we're going to put out our arms to feel. We're on Clo Deck right now, and the sun's gone down. Oh my goodness, it's dark, and it's load shedding in South Africa because it's always load shedding. There is no light, so we're going to start putting our arms out and feeling our way around the deck. The mouse that we spoke about that's trying to avoid the rattlesnake is doing the exact same thing, but it's doing it with its whiskers. It's using the whiskers to feel its way around to make sure it doesn't bang into anything. So it's going to sort of move its head back and forth, just like a leopard does. That's how they navigate in the darkness. The owl, remember that owl that we spoke about? Or I spoke about? They have a specialized disc on their face. If you look at an owl's face, that sort of strange thing is known as a facial disc, and it's basically just an arrangement of feathers, really, really stiff feathers, and the job of those feathers is to funnel sound towards the ears, one which is slightly higher than the other, in order to make sure it can sense the sound from all directions. The ears are not in a level playing field, but it's that disc that is channeling the sound into the owl. So we can't hear the mouse that is scurrying around trying to feel with its whiskers, but the owl can. The owl can hear the mouse. And that is thanks... Oh, we've got a water bug coming in, Davy. Yes, water bug. That is thanks to the asymmetry. Now, going back to the snake, he's really hungry and he's really trying to get the mouse. He has two special pits on his snout. And that snake can actually sense the infrared radiation that is coming from really, really warm objects. So effectively, we're plunged into darkness. I can't see anything. The mouse is using its whiskers. The owl's using its facial disc to hear, to navigate by hearing. But that snake can see heat. So although the mouse might think, hey, it's darkness, I'm okay now, I'm just going to hide here under this big piece of dung and hopefully the snake doesn't find me. That mouse's body is blazing like a massive beacon. Hello, I'm right here in the snake's eyes. No matter how dark it is, that snake can see the mouse because it sees the heat from that little warm-blooded mammal's body. Then, as the snake goes for the mouse, so does the owl. Bam! They both go for the same thing. The owl's been listening, the snake's been looking, and they're both hunting the same thing. But all of this commotion, all of this drama that's happening, I really wish it was happening, doesn't even get noticed at all by that lovely little spider. Barely hears anything and barely sees anything. Because that gorgeous spider that's hanging in the web, its world, its umveld, is mostly defined by the vibrations that are coursing through its web. It's sort of a self-made trap. It's an extension of its senses. A spider's web is an extension of its senses. It needs to feel vibrations and then reacts. And lo and behold, that mosquito that was annoying us guys is going to go into that web by accident, and bam, the spider's happy. It can feel the struggle and prey and moves in for the kill. I can go way, way further this way. Way, way, way further. But my point was that through all of these different organisms, bird, insect, arachnid, mammal, reptile, we all share this world, and in my little journey, we're all sharing Jackie's Dam, but not one single one of us is experiencing, feeling, hearing, seeing, tasting even the world of Jackie's Dam in the same way. And that, my friends, is the immense world that we live in. Even you and I, you have joined me at Jackie's Dam. We're very similar. We're both humans. Probably more similar if you're female. But you maybe wear glasses because you've struggled with your eyes. I maybe have a super sharp sense of smell. Maybe someone else wears hearing aids. So we, although we are similar, is going to experience things in a very different way. And you can go so deep with this. Don't even forget those organisms that can feel the Earth's magnetic field is guided by an internal compass. Can you believe that? Organisms can guide their lives, navigate their landscape through an internal compass, which is directly tuned into the Earth's magnetic field. So each little organism that I mentioned is sort of enclosed within its own little unique sensory bubble. And no two are the same. So each organism perceives a sort of tiny slither of what is our immense world. Did you enjoy that journey, Davi?
I did.
He's smiling, so I'm going to guess that's a yes. But even for the rest of Escape to Nature, that's what we're going to tune into. Although there's not much happening at the dam in terms of action, there's a lot happening at the dam. You've just got to sit and really listen and look and think. Oh, I see who's coming. They got their water walk on. I knew they would be here. What's the time? Oh, they're a bit late. Oh, my director also enjoyed that. You are so welcome. It is inspired by a book I'm reading. I recommend everyone buys it. And it just shows you that sometimes we're so blind to what's... blind, pardon the pun, to what's in front of us. And because we are very visual beings, that's amazing. We actually have incredible eyesight, humans. We tend to forget that other species may not be using their eyes, and that was like the other day when I gave the example of the lion. The lion's eyesight is not as good as ours. Ours is better, but that's because he lives in a chemical world. He has something that we don't. He's navigating his entire life through chemicals, which we can't do. So sometimes when we compare and contrast, it's not always the right thing to do in the animal kingdom. And I always use that example. Oh, an elephant has 5 times better the sense of smell than a bloodhound. Not really. We shouldn't be saying things like this. We just need to dig a little bit deeper. And if you really want to try and understand a species, especially with regards to its conservation, you really need to understand that species umwelt as best as we can from a human perspective. And that is not easy. But we do have to at least try. There's no way we can conserve species, protect individuals, if we don't know what kind of world they're living in. What kind of sensory apparatus they have, how they perceive their world. Now I'm just going to sit for a moment and let you guys all enjoy the water walk of the ellies that are coming down to drink. Little elephant, thank you. We're saying that is what you call listening into nature. It is inspired by a book. I study very, very hard, and I have to say that going back to when I first started this arm of my career, I was too textbook and too factoid driven rather than less feeling. and listening and looking and understanding. So thank you, little elephant. Your friends are here, little elephant. There's nothing quite like sitting watching elephants quench their thirst because they are so happy. I think water for elephants does more than just quench their thirst. They love it. But there's so much going on right now. I'm just going to sit quiet and let you guys listen and enjoy the Ellies by the dam. Baboon. Incoming troop. There's so much happening around this dam right now. There are more elephants coming in way in the distance. This is just incredible. Really, 10:30. Jackie's Dam is already so active. The other... Oh, I think it might be a hare that we've got coming down to drink. Joy in Hong Kong, of course you are, of course you are. I've actually met Joy in Hong Kong, but we didn't meet in Hong Kong. But yes, Joy, that's wonderful. It is An Immense World by Ed Yong, and I used the example that he gave because it's a great example and it's so applicable to the scenario that I gave. Choosing a variety of organisms. Okay, we had to imagine a fair bit because we didn't have them all here, but it really aptly explains and is easy to explain the sensory world of all of those organisms. Joy, I'm so glad you're reading it. It's honestly, it was actually a viewer that recommended it to me, and I can't believe I'd never heard of it before, and it's honestly one of the best books I've ever read. It can get a little bit heavy, so you can just sort of put it down have a cup of tea and go back to it. But it's really, if you are into the animal kingdom, especially the sensory world, then I recommend it. I'm obsessed with the senses. I don't know if it was because I was brought up to sign or not. I don't know what it is. I think it's a really interesting topic that we've still got a lot to learn about. I wonder if these elephants are going to chase away all the Egyptian geese there. And if you think about our sensory world, my nose is really blocked right now, come down with the flu. And when your nose is blocked, life becomes really difficult. You have to breathe through your mouth and your mouth gets dry and you also can't taste. Have you ever tried to eat whilst holding your nose? You no longer have taste. Taste and smell are two senses that overlap in a lot of organisms. It becomes very complicated when you try to draw those lines between the two senses. Elephants are a perfect example of that. If you think of that vomeronasal organ, the organ of Jacobson, whatever you want to call it, humans have lost ours. We don't have one, so it's very difficult for us to imagine what it is like to have one. But elephants do. And I guess you can say they taste through smell, or they smell through taste. So when you see them touching each other with their trunk, they immediately put the tip of their own trunk into their mouth. Because they weren't really touching per se, they were touching in order to taste, in order to smell. They're trying to get the pheromones and the chemicals from the other elephant onto their trunk, which they then put into their mouth to send it through that vomeronasal organ we don't have, which sends signals to the brain to compute what it actually is that they're smelling. But was that touch, taste, or smell? That's where it gets complicated. This book also stresses that the senses cannot sort of be divided clearly into a limited number. We're so used to seeing sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. But really, that's very limited, and it's a very old school, old-fashioned view. It's now believed that even us humans have far more senses than just those 5 bog standard ones that we were once taught while growing up. Proprioception, the awareness of your own body, which is not touch, but probably overlaps. Equilibrioception, sense of balance. An overlap again of touch and vision. And that's just humans. Wait till you get into the animals, then it gets a lot more complicated. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that journey, everyone. Davy and I are going to sit here and wait to see what comes by Jackie's Dam, but we are going to send you guys over to Lisa, who's now in Mashatu.
Thank you so much for that, Lauren. Wow, it truly is really so important and so special just to get in touch again with, senses and just nature in general, I think, because of course we are part of nature, and just getting in touch with everything we are in fact able to do and really so often forget about and lose touch with. Thank you for that. I know I definitely enjoyed it, and I know all of our viewers and our friends and everyone did as well. Right now we've got some giraffes in Mashatu. They just came down for a drink, just like your elephants. They're at Jackie's Dam. But they are now done. And of course the koalias chatting away, discussing the day. Dare I say, I'm a poet and I don't even know it. Oh, I just love those beautiful white ears on giraffe. It's always so fascinating when you look at this iconic animal and then it's got these weird white blotches. But of course, just like everything else we discuss, it's got a purpose. Just want to see. No, that giraffe. It's not working with me. I wanted to have a look at our oxpecker friend on the giraffe. Oh, she's got quite a few oxpecker friends on her actually. Just traveling with her. Just want to gander here to the right. Our Corey Bustard came back. Just want to see if it's still sticking around. Oh, we just missed him. He's also walking off there. Just off to the right, over there in the shade. Let's see if we can catch him before he completely disappears. Oh, there's another one. One is enjoying the shade and the other the water. It really is so cool. It's not, I mean, of course it happens, but it's not often that you see them together. You're more likely to see a lone Corey Bustard, from my experience at least. Just like Lauren also mentioned, we all have our own experiences, and animals don't read the books that we do, so it's always different. Marcy, that is a very, very good question. What is a Kori bustard's wingspan? So they're of course massive birds, and their wingspan can be anything from 2 to 2.75 meters long. So it's a fairly large bird, as you can see here, but it is also the heaviest flying bird. And they are utterly fascinating to observe when they are hunting, because of course they eat small rodents and insects and reptiles and snakes and lizards, but they really love, this time of year, as soon as the insects are also starting to come out, the creepy crawlies. As soon as it starts to rain, of course, that will also bring an abundance of insects and all sorts of creatures. So they love to take advantage of that then. And for those of you that did not hear earlier on, these birds really have the strangest call. Honestly, if you do not know what it is and you're in the bush, it's quite frightening. And this is what it sounds like. I remember the first time I was in the bush and I heard that, I honestly thought it's a leopard that's like, I don't know, on pause or broken or something. But it's a fairly strange call. It's always fascinating when you look at birds, especially animals in general, but birds, some of them are beautiful, and then as soon as they open their beaks or their mouths, you're like, that does not match each other. For instance, I'm sure many of you are familiar with a lilac-breasted roller. If you are not, please do yourself a favor and research it. They are the most beautiful birds probably out there. But as soon as they open their beaks, this is what they sound like. Which I mean is fine. There's probably worse calls like the bustards. But it's just, it doesn't always make sense. It's this beautiful bird, so you expect this beautiful whistle or tweet tweet. And then it's a But I did not invent them or design them, so I'm not allowed to criticize what they sound like.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
Oh no, they are literally just to the back of us where we cannot reach them, but that's okay. We'll just keep an eye on the water because of course they come, in intervals, and they come for a drink of water. Goodness. Again, I got very excited. I thought it's our crocodile here at the bottom left, but it is just a piece of vegetation floating in the water. I have to say, I'm fairly surprised. Although we've had some activity, in comparison to yesterday, it was booming here at the watering hole. But that's alright, nonetheless. We'll wait for the animals, as we always do. But in the meantime, let's see what Rolf is up to.
Well, I've been following my friend Stompy, who's there in the middle with his very short tail. There's been a few more zebra moving out onto the plains here. So some giraffe that have joined them. It's just making for a wonderful scene. Very, very pretty, but the weather not so pretty. It's quite chilly, the wind is getting stronger, and the clouds are pulling in. So we're losing sunlight here and there. It's a bit patchy. But other than that, seems like all the animals are pretty happy. Try and get a nice photo of this with the giraffe and the zebra. There's one or two of those zebra that do seem to be pregnant. They're hanging quite low. I think that one closest to us may be, but not sure. The giraffe just watching on. And there's a Jerry, just the top of his head. Looks like maybe a female. Disappears again. Maybe that's what that giraffe is watching. Can hear the black cuckoo calling once more. I'm so sad. So it's really, really pretty here at the moment. So just a reminder that the CEO, Graham Wallington, he'll be hosting a town hall on Sunday, the 9th of October, this coming Sunday, at 7:30 p.m. Central African time. and that will be for Wild Earth Explorers, and it's a wonderful chance for you to give your feedback, suggestions, complaints, or anything else that you may feel that could help Wild Earth and the product in general. Graham's also going to be answering any questions and give you some interesting behind the scenes information on what's going on. There's all sorts been happening, and I'm sure he'll have lots to talk about. See, we've got the clouds here in the front that's making the shade, and now those animals there in the background in the sun, now they all are. Really looks like that giraffe is buried in the ground. I'm hoping it puts its head up, because this could make a lovely photo. There comes another one. Some blesbok running through there. Hello. And there's a third one there as well. Making for quite an abstract photo. We can put the zebra in focus, or we bring it forward in and onto these giraffe, but they're just a little bit hidden behind that brush. Really does seem like they're buried in the ground. Red-fronted tinkerbird calling all the time. Yesterday I was watching a bull giraffe feed on prickly pears. Now that's the first time that I've ever seen that. Elephants I've watched throw whole pieces of prickly pear in their mouth, chew it, swallow it, no problems. And from inspecting their dung, I've got thorns in my hands from there. So it seems like with the elephants, it just literally goes right through them, thorns and all. But I was intrigued about the giraffe feeding on the prickly pear, literally taking bites out of the leaves and the cactus in general, and just chomping down on the thorns and all. For me, I don't know how their tongue does not get full of those thorns, big and small. And if you know prickly pears, they've got some sizable thorns on them. They're very sharp, but then they also have these fine hair-like thorns on them. And if you get that in your hands or anywhere on you, sometimes it can take forever to get them out, because they literally are like fine hairs. And I just don't know how the animals can find that comfortable touching it, let alone eating it. It's something that's quite beyond me. But obviously the skin is thick enough on a giraffe that it doesn't bother it at all. There was no flinching from this bull as he proceeded to chew and swallow prickly pears with all the thorns on it. It's something that is beyond me. But it must have to do with the thickness of the skin. I don't see how else they can actually feed on that. I'm going to follow this giraffe a little bit. There are more giraffe out on the plain. As you see there. Where is he off to? I think it was a she actually. Now there in the background you can see Tembi, a female white rhino that was Tandi's firstborn. Tembi meaning hope in isiXhosa. She was born in 2015. And her unnamed calf, female, that's with her. They obviously just having a cat nap. The red-throated wryneck calling. Wap, 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 wap. And you can also hear the red-fronted tinkerbird going now. Ding, 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 ding. You've got to be very careful sometimes when you're onto trails, because as you can see there, the white rhino, they can very often just look like a rock. You've got to have your wits about you. Just trying to move slowly. Sleeping giants. Constant movement of the ears. With some impala rams having a little bit of a argy-bargy session. Top left. Almost like they heard us talking about them. You often find that rhino, they are quite a bit more skittish or nervous when it's very windy. It's because there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of smells, and so they can be a little bit edgy when it's very windy like it is getting now. It's blustery, it's not continuous. There's a lot of gusts. So that's the unnamed female calf. She's under 2 years of age. And that would be Tandi's granddaughter. can see it does look like those blesbok are right on top of them, but I think like we saw with the giraffe and the zebra, they're quite a bit behind them. And Stembi now lies down as well. You can't see her daughter behind her anymore. Oh, hello. Photobomb. Quite a distance over the other side of the plain there. And that's what you'd see if you're walking through here. You've got to really look closely to see that it's in fact rhino. Some more giraffe make their way through. And the colours just change constantly with the clouds moving through and the sun coming through every now and then. Constant chatter from the Egyptian geese here next to me. These two gonna do a bit of necking. What are they up to? D, yeah, always a pleasure and a privilege to be with rhinos, and it's just wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, I thought so. Those two giraffe are thinking about having a bit of a battle. They look like they're up to no good. One looks like it's not too keen on fighting, the other one trying to antagonize him into a fight. So Desmond, I've never seen a giraffe killing another one when they're necking, but I think it definitely is possible because sometimes they really get going at each other. I have, like I've said, seen one be knocked out cold, but eventually it got up after spending about 2 minutes, literally out cold, and then it tried to get up. Took quite a while to get up. It looked disorientated, didn't know where it was. Eventually it was fine though, but that could have resulted in a death. Could have also allowed predators to move in and kill it, but from direct hitting, definitely, if hit in the right spot, could result in a giraffe being killed. Oh, he's watching as the other one walks off. I'm going to follow now. just found this Kariega Game Reserve. It's such a beautiful reserve. Really, really one of the special reserves in the Eastern Cape. And I have to say, my absolute favorite. I've been to pretty much all of them, and I pick Kariega. I've trained trails rangers on just about all of the reserves throughout the province. And walking here is just very, very special. Sorry about that, there's a game viewer coming. Let's go back to our rhino. Well, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have moved. See, there's a number of lodges on the Kariega Game Reserve. You've got the main lodge, and there's Ukozi Lodge. They're in the same area here, not too far from here. And you've got River Lodge, which is down on the Bushman's River, but much closer to the ocean than the Bushman's River, obviously at Amakhala. There's no water in the Bushman's River up there. Here it's part of the tidal river, so there's salt water, and the River Lodge being right on the river itself. And then there's Settlers Drift, which is a fantastic lodge as well as the Homestead Lodge, which is an exclusive lodge that is booked out completely for one single use. Lots of blessbok there, impala, everybody doing their own thing. There's a nice Naturako calling. Quack, 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 quack. Some crickets stridulating next to me. Across onto the zebra again. Amazing how the light really just changed the whole perspective. Dazzle of zebra. We had a journey of giraffe, a very small crash of rhino, we call a group of impala and blesbok. So, Jerome, I'd say the collective way of defending themselves against predators is the alarm calls that they give off. As soon as one of the species give off an alarm call, everybody reacts accordingly and almost in unison, but they do sort of stick to themselves. So the blesbok, they run off together, the zebra run off together, the giraffe run off together, the impala move off on their own. So they don't sort of protect other species from predators, but they do assist in the identification of a predator in the area. And so in a way, indirectly, they do assist each other, but they don't particularly defend from predators as a group of different species. But we have seen elephants that sort of help to chase lions away, or are really not happy when lions are around, and or have grabbed. I even watched. I've seen it a few times, but in the Masai Mara in Kenya, I saw a bull elephant get mad with the lions that had caught a warthog. And a male lion came and took it away from the females that had caught this warthog, but this bull elephant charged them, and when the male took the warthog, he charged at the male as well, and it actually resulted in him basically swallowing the entire warthog in about 3 bites. But I've seen that many times where elephants have tried to chase lions away. I think once again it's for their own personal interest. We've seen hippos that help or try to get crocodiles off animals that are being trapped and drowned by them. But in general, the animals sort of, every man for himself, just about.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
This one is probably going to chase these away now and claim that little mud hole as its own. Oh, that one Ellie is just having the best time on its side. And another one going down. Timber. That was rude. You can see they are having fun. And then you chase them away. Yesterday we had the same at Ukukuyo. Massive watering hole, and a black rhino was just chilling in the middle of it. And the elephant decided, no, this is where I want to be. You need to leave. Oh, wow. And as we are watching this is completely live. How cool is that? So just as a reminder, this is completely live. It's an interactive experience. So we really want to hear from all of you. Whether you have any questions or comments or anything, please do get in touch with us, because after all, this is your safari. And we would love to chat to you and educate you as much as we can. And of course, hear your questions and comments as well. Oh, good eye scratch. Hi, wildebeesties. Also coming in for a drink. And then, as always, you will see zebras and wildebeest hanging out together. It's for many purposes. Your wildebeest are what we call selective grazers, and your zebras are bulk grazers. So the zebras are basically the wildebeest's lawn mowers when they are out grazing. They eat the long grass, they don't really care which grass they eat, and then the wildebeest go after the shorter cut green grass. However, of course, it is also a safety number aspect. And then a lot of people have the hypothesis saying that a wildebeest has better eyes and zebras have better hearing. Thus, they sort of cover one another when it comes to being cautious and vigilant to predators. And an ostrich making its appearance for the first time today. That's always lovely. Kaki, to be honest with you, I'm not sure if this water hole is man-made or constructed by the animals. I will definitely get back to you on that. Oh, the mud wallows, sorry. Yes, so the mud wallows are actually excavated by the various animals, such as the wildebeest, but more so the warthogs, elephants, because of course, you know, they mud wallow and they get the soil on them and all of them. So as they do that, they create bigger and bigger and bigger craters over time. So yes, the wallows definitely are created by the animals. Just want to show you if I am indeed looking correctly. It seems like two pregnant yes, definitely two pregnant females, or mares as we call them. And another Ellie comes. Oh, and another one on the right. They're approaching from all the sides. Or sides, not siders. Oh wow, that was impressive, wildebeest. I think he just really made a run for it. He didn't really care where he's going, he just needed to get out. It's got to be one of my favorite noises in the bush is that elephant rumble. It's what a treat, as always. Just hearing the splashes of the water, listening to the quillias in the background. I actually wish we could smell everything, because that is one of the strangest smells, is when elephants are having a mud bath. You can literally feel, or not feel, smell that fresh mud. So Bianca, when elephants and buffaloes and warthogs and all of these animals mud wallow or mud bath, it is actually a means of cooling off, because that mud hardens on the skin and it still stays moist inside, so that keeps their body cool. But it is also an immaculate insect repellent. So of course that mud will now dry on the skin, it will suffocate the ticks, the parasites, everything that might potentially be biting them or irritating them. And then later they just sort of go and they rub that off against a rubbing post, which is generally a tree or a rock or stump. And that is how they get rid of it. So it's to cool off, but it's also a sunscreen and then an insect repellent. Just want to see, I see some stirring here to the side of the water. Just want to see if it's not that elephant and her little one that went around. No, so they have moved off. It must be some of the others that are having fun splashing about. How beautiful is this? Gabby, so elephant calves are pretty sufficient. In terms of them walking after birth, it's not as efficient, for instance, like a wildebeest or an impala, you know. Generally, they can walk and run within the first 20 minutes. With elephants, it does take a little while, like an hour or two or so. But of course, you know, the mother will be super protective of it. Yesterday on Sunset Safari, Tess actually saw an elephant calf that must have been born sometime during the day, because it's still at afterbirth and blood and everything on it. So it really does depend, but generally it takes them an hour or so just to, you know, completely get on their feet. But even then they still wobble around a lot and they still struggle a lot. So as soon as the female is comfortable and she's cleaned the little one, then she will sort of introduce and integrate it into the herd as well. And then generally for the first few days, it's like the whole herd knows We can't move too far, we can't move too fast, because baby cannot keep up with us yet. So they really do realize all of that as well. But generally, within an hour or so, they can sort of stand on their legs. But for the first few days or so, they are still very wobbly on the legs. This elephant is being a hippo today. Of course, just using the trunk as a snorkel to breathe. That's super cute. In your areas such as Masai Mara and more north up in Africa, you know, when they do have to travel through massive bodies of water, even in Botswana, where there's like a massive river or something that they have to cross, they will do so, and then of course just have the trunks out for air. And even the little ones will manage to do that. If I didn't know any better, I would think that elephant had too much to drink last night. Woo. That's me in the morning when I have to get up. I struggle, but it gets done eventually. What a picturesque scene. Typical Africa. Your fashion icons, the zebras, and then the ultimate favorites, the elephants. Oh, baby, are you also going for a swim? That is adorable. Not every day you see that. It's always so incredible just to see, in comparison to the adults, you know, their trunks are so brittle, the calves. And yet, just by observing the adults and watching them, they learn from them and how to use that trunk and all of the muscles. It truly is so, so incredible because, of course, it's a very, very integral part of their body, if not the most important, I would say, apart from the ears. And somehow they learn how to use that tiny thing on their face. I just wish we could see these quillias because they're literally in a tree that is just out of reach for the damn camera. But it is so cool just to hear them chatting about Well, whatever it is that they are actually chatting about. And of course, our Egyptian geese here at the bottom. I'm not sure what happened to our crocodile. Not too sure if he's made his way to another watering hole, or perhaps just not coming out anymore, really. You can see some of the Quilia activity here, and it's also a fairly good bush they've chosen, because they're sort of more into the bush as opposed to being on the outer banks of the, or edges of the actual bush. And as mentioned, they move in constant unison. Do not ask me how they do it or how they know. Do they get schedules or rosters in the morning to say this is your time interval for going for a drink or for a snack? But just like everything else in nature, we will only fathom and really understand a mere bit of it. Alrighty, well, as always, I will be monitoring these various locations for us and see what happens and what animals come to visit us. But while I do that, I know Lauren is very eager to say hello again and tell us what she's been up to.
Jackie's waterhole has got a little bit quiet. But I say quiet, I mean there are still a plethora of species around. From the impala, it's nice to see impala here, to all the birds. And just sort of building on what I was saying earlier, the sensory world is also strongly linked to how organisms communicate. And although humans are highly verbal, I mention that a lot, we have language. That's actually what made us advance so much, our complex language. We're actually very visual. So believe it or not, you can actually test this. Humans, we read a lot of visual cues without always being conscious of it. So for example, eye contact, body language. We really are experts at reading body language without entirely being aware of it. We can pick up on a situation of another human quite quickly just by reading their posturing, their sort of positioning, the way that they're folding their arms. So we can actually glean a lot of information from that. So although we communicate mostly verbally, we also pick up on a lot of other cues when it comes to humans. And of course, the sensory world is going to dictate how an animal communicates. Those organisms that are really visual, like impalas, they have these big, huge almond eyes. They're stunning. They're large in comparison to the skull. That tells you they're quite visual. They will also be relying on a number of other senses, but they will then read signs in the bush that are visual cues, including posturing and alertness and acts of other impala that suddenly jump off or run off, they'll follow suit. But those animals that sort of live in a chemical world are going to communicate completely differently. And that's why you have, for example, the leopards that do that scoosh, scoosh. We saw a leopard yesterday, by the way. We traveled an hour across the reserve to get you a leopard. His name was Mounier. He was beautiful, but sadly we didn't get signal. Anyway, leopards do leave their urine in places to scent mark. Yes, that's what they're doing. But they're leaving behind a whole array of messages. They're communicating to one another. So it is scent marking, but the purpose of that is to communicate. And although we understand to a certain extent what they're saying, there's probably a whole lot more we don't. They're communicating through chemicals. And I guess maybe humans have only just opened up our eyes, pardon the pun again, to communication in a different world. And a great example of that is the first efforts into sort of animal communication intelligence research that happened in the late 1940s. And it was with a chimp called Vicky. And this was to see if chimps, who are obviously closely linked to humans, can communicate with language. We can speak. We speak so well. Can chimps? Chimps don't have vocal cords like us. They can't talk. That's not how they communicate. They use a lot of body language and posturing and acts that are very, very visual. They don't need vocal cords. Yes, they do vocalize, but they don't have the same vocal cords as we do to allow them to speak. So it was thought in the 1940s, chimps are just not intelligent. They don't communicate through language like us. It wasn't really regarded that that's not what it is to be a chimp. Chimps don't need language. They don't need to string hundreds of words together to make sentences and bother with grammar. They don't need to do that. So then a second experiment came about. And this was a lot later. This was using a chimp called Washoe. And Washoe began to learn at 1 year old ASL. Now, that's American Sign Language, very, very similar to British Sign Language. But this chimp began to learn signs. Why? Because they are intelligent and they're visual. So they're not able to talk because they don't have the apparatus, they don't have the vocal cords, but they can read visual cues and copy. And sign language, BSL or ASL, is very, very visual. You use your hands, whether it's one hand or two hands. It's a very visual, obvious act that someone is communicating through sign. Immediately, Washoe picked up on that and was able to learn 150 signs. Now, this is known as symbolic communication. But that is because it fits in with their sensory apparatus and the sort of umwelt that they live in. They are visual, so as soon as the experimenter or researcher... Oh, we've got a kudu coming in. Another species into the mix. 2 kudu. This water hole just keeps getting better and better. So as soon as the researchers realized they don't talk because they're chimps. Humans talk because we're humans. Chimps don't talk. But actually they live in a visual world. Let's try and teach them something. And they taught them ASL. And I just think that's an incredible example of how our human mind and communication is really not so unique. Other animals will communicate. They will be intelligent, but it doesn't mean that they're going to communicate in the exact same way as us. And that's why that experiment went so wrong. Because they were trying to teach us something to a chimp that was completely out with the realm of being a chimp. And if you think of all sorts of communications in the animal kingdom, I mean, bees dance. I wish humans communicated through dance. Whales sing. Like I just mentioned, chimps gesture and scream and do all sorts of posturing and with their body language. So it's interesting when you sit and look at all these animals and you think how they perceive the world as to how they're going to communicate. But we are going to continue to sit and hope for water hole. But for now, we're going to send you over to my dear friend Ralph.
and it's been hotting up here. It's been a bit of displaying. And this male came over. He strutted his stuff with another male and dispelled him, and then he went pursuing that female who is now seemingly walked off. But let's see what happens. Very elaborate. When they flick their wings like that, that's displaying, and we see the males doing it towards each other, flicking up the white on the ends of their wings. And then they do go down onto the ground and do a very elaborate dance. So I'm hoping that he might do it for us again. We'll have to just wait and see. They're not on command. It is wildlife, and they do their own thing. Seems like he's lost interest now in that female, but it was another male that got him going. Seems like he's calmed down now, but let's see. Very interesting with the ostriches. Second female there, she's the other one that was dust bathing. Those two females were sitting right next to each other on the road in a lovely dusty patch. Oh, thank you. So just with that defecation, and there's another one. Interesting to note that obviously here there's a lot of water, and the ostriches do drink quite a bit, obviously, because you can see that very wet defecation, whereas in areas like in Namibia or in Mashatu, in those arid areas, there's not so much water. You find very little water in the defecation itself, so then it's very dry. You don't find them pouring out like that, because they hold on to their water much better when there's not so much around. Very well adapted animal in water scarce environments. So Hayley, it's pretty much just for courtship that the males do their dance, but like I said just now as well, they do it to other males as well. So they strut their stuff not only for the females, but to sort of ward off or get rid of other males that could be potential rivals. And so this one seems to be a dominant male, because he did his dance and then the other males disappeared. They walked off. Still going to get it right, where they're going to call and dance and mate on camera. Sooner or later I'll get it right. He is a wonderful specimen. The wind coming through quite strong now. You can see there. Not often you get to see ostriches in this kind of landscape. So, nature hugger, I haven't actually seen them have a fight. It seems like they are rather gentlemanlike, where their differences are resolved merely by displaying. I've seen a lot of chasing. Oh, thank you. That's the third one now. Lots of chasing, but no actual conflict. And when they do chase each other, it's a very fast race around the plains. Quite comical. Literally looks like road runners. I do really enjoy watching ostriches. I find them intriguing. And I've never seen ostriches in such large concentrations as here on the eastern side of Kariega. So it's all settled down now again. And obviously when we speak of that conflict, you know, it's really a risk for animals to engage in conflict, like we see with a lot of the predators and the antelope, the males, the rams, when there's a rutting season. It's high risk getting involved in fights. You can end up being maimed to the point where you're not able to feed properly or to hunt. Rather through display and without actual physical combat, it's a much better resolution that way, as we see with Nyala bulls, where they prefer to settle their differences with the display as well. And then in so doing, they alleviate the risk that comes with conflict. But if they can't settle their differences through display, they will always resort to locking horns. The many different animals that I've had, that I've seen engaging in combat. I saw somebody posted the other day 2 kudu bulls that I had on Djuma. Incredible the power that they can generate and the force with which that they lock horns with can really result in death. Speaking of Nyala, there's one on the right hand side there in the background. I've seen Oryx Gemsbok fight to the death. In Springbok as well, locking horns, in fact that they get locked completely and die because they couldn't get their horns unlocked, and they become food for predators. Blesbok moving through there as well. Look at that Nyala. So Sandra Black, thanks for your question. The best defense that ostriches do have is their pace, their speed to run away. They do have two very big claws on each foot. Now, the only bird that only has two toes, and to get away from predators, they have a top speed of around 80 kilometers an hour. So they are very fast. And I've never seen an ostrich actually engage in defense with its claws. It literally just runs. And with that high speed that they do have, it's a very good evasion tactic. But upon being caught by a predator, they don't have much in the way of defense. It's just to kick out, lash out, but they are susceptible once they are caught. So primary and probably the best form of defense that they have is to run away. Nyala just joining up with the impala. And as always, this is an interactive experience, so please send through your questions and your comments. Jump on board with us while we escape to nature. We'd love to hear from you. And we are live, so whatever you see now, there might just be a few seconds delay just for the signal, but it is happening right now. Nothing is pre-recorded except for some of the highlights that you may see online on the different channels, but otherwise that is what sets us apart. We are completely live. That Nyala just partaking in a bit of grazing. It's all to do with the kinds of vegetation that you find in different geographical locations, because we do like to put animals in boxes and say they are only browsers or they are only grazers. But if you have to look at the example of black rhino, we would say they are exclusively browsers. However, in the Masai Mara in Kenya, I found them exclusively grazers out in the open plains, feeding on red oat grass. So, like I always say, animals don't read books, and they go for whatever is the most nutritious and whatever suits them wherever they are. And so here on Kariga, there's obviously excellent grazing. There's also excellent browse, but this Nyala, which should be an exclusive, listen. Ostrich calling. I hope you could hear that. Was the booming call of a male ostrich, which is something very special that you don't often get to hear, but here on the Kariga Game Reserve I hear it every day. wonderful thickets there in the background. With the river and valley euphorbia. Righty, so I'm going to try and find where that male ostrich was calling from, and we'll hopefully sooner or later get him on screen calling for you. While I wait and look and watch out for them, I'm going to send you to the place where a lady gives birth every year.
Thank you, Rolf, and best of luck with your ostrich and their calling and fighting and displays and everything happening with them. I truly do hope you get to capture and show us on camera. But while you do that, we are busy, as always, with lots and lots of species at Ukukuyo. This really is becoming one of my favorite spots, and one of the most unexpected favorite spots for myself, because I'm someone, I love flowers and green and shrubs and bush and grass all around, and this is obviously the complete opposite here at the largest salt pan in the world. Now, I have been very, very carefully monitoring this water hole the whole day, and I'm super anxious to see if we will in fact still today have some rhino visitors, because yesterday we had an ample amount of rhinos just coming to visit various times of the day, and today nothing yet. Same with the elephants. Yesterday we had different herds of elephants, different times of the day. And today we have only had one elephant so far here at Ukukuyo. So it really is so amazing how you never know what's going to happen on safari. Henry, yes, it does look like a dream, and it gets super busy here at Ukukuyo. And as I said, our various locations we have, it really just, that is my favorite thing about safari, is you literally never know what's going to happen. And the one golden rule I always had with guests is, let's rather go out and see nothing as opposed to, just staying at the lodge and potentially missing out on the sighting of a lifetime. And that really is just the beauty about it all. You never know how quiet it's going to be. You never know how busy it's going to be. If you might miss something, if you might just catch it. But yes, this really is such a picturesque scene. Billy Wild Guy, you are asking if it's possible to find a zebra that is only black or only white. So, to answer your question, I'm going to tell you that anything is possible in nature. Even if we don't think it's possible, it is possible because Mother Nature is just incredible. I personally have never seen just a black or just a white zebra. I have actually seen a ginger zebra. It was a baby zebra and it was completely red as opposed to where the black stripes would have been. It was completely like orange or red. So with nature, anything is possible. My previous reserve I worked at, we were very fortunate to be able to rehabilitate a baby pink elephant. And that was just a lack of melanin, which is a dark pigmentation. She just didn't have enough of that in her body. And yet, she was accepted by the herd. And she's still to this day thriving. So just like anything else in nature, you get... I know there's been black impala that's been spotted. I know there's been white impala, white giraffes. So Mother Nature truly is incredible, just like humans, Some people have one blue eye and one green eye. Some people are super tall. Some people have really dark skin. Some people have very, very fair skin. Some people, like myself, have very, very white nails. So it truly is so incredible. And it just boils down to, with Mother Nature, you never know what's going to happen. An elephant can have 2 babies. It's not the norm, but it's possible because Mother Nature doesn't follow any rules. She doesn't ask anyone's permission before it happens. So, sorry, I know that's a super long answer to your question. But, yes, anything is possible in nature, but also with Mother Nature. Black zebras, white zebras, pink elephants, anything is possible.
African Penguin Awareness Day is on the way, and while you could go and rent a tux to match our best dressed little beach roamers, here at Wild Earth we want to help make it a little simpler to celebrate them in style. Browse our online shops to find t-shirts, hoodies, tote bags and more, all with this adorable penguin beach design. Show these little guys some love and get your Penguin Beach merch today.
Just beautiful, honestly. Oh, this is so stunning. But I don't know about you guys. I would love to see what is happening in Djuma. So let us take a look. We've got some more zebras. And we actually, I think it's the third one or the second one. Oh, actually both. From the right that are foals from the previous season. And it's very interesting when you look at this specifically, this scene, because even a baby zebra, whether it's just been born or it's a couple of months old already, will blend in perfectly like these two are as well. Because when they are born, their legs are already as tall as it would be as an adult. And that is specifically for this reason, you know, being able to hide the little ones from predators. So you will see now once they come up from the water, these two younger ones. Linda, yes. You know, sometimes animals do get separated. Not just zebras. The little ones, whether it's from the zebra family or elephants, sometimes they might get separated from the adults. However, that being said, a baby would have to be parched to go to the water by itself. Because, of course, it is a very, very risky thing to do. Ooh, this female is very, very pregnant. That's looking straight at us. We're gonna have a baby. We're gonna have a baby. But if you look to the right, specifically in the face, you can see it. It's a younger zebra from the previous season. Yeah, they are very, very nervous. You can see they keep listening to something, or they might be smelling something. Just being careful. So there might be something around that we don't even know about. Kendra, thank you so much for getting in touch with us. We love to hear from you. Yes, they do have a specific call and a specific smell, but the predominant thing for them, what sets their mothers apart, is the stripes. And again, that is just, it breaks my mind, because how? For us as humans, you know, we see normally, they just see shapes and sizes and shades. And somehow that little one knows, okay, well, amongst all of these million stripes, that one is my mother. which is really, really incredible. Aww. Well, we did catch them just in time, but still very vigilant. You can see they keep listening. They might be smelling something. Just amazing. I just want to see if they're going to head completely into the bush or if they're just going to choose a shady spot. And with these animals, the female will carry the youngster for 1 year long. So generally they give birth, it can be any time from now, but generally it's around December, January. But again, animals, you know, they have their own time to do things. Some of them are very early, some of them are very late. But they are in fact summer breeders, so they will have their young generally in the summertime. But it can be very vicious and cruel sometimes as well, because if a stallion comes across a harem and he chooses to challenge another stallion at that time, and there are already foals in that harem, that stallion will actually try its best to kill the foals. Because of course, then just like with lions, for instance, the female will then stop lactating because no one is nursing from her, and then she will again eventually go into estrus, so that male, whether it's the stallion of a zebra group or lions or anything really, that male can then mount her and then repopulate with her. So as incredible as nature can be, it can be super cruel as well, but at the end of the day, it's all about survival of the fittest and the strongest genes that has to carry forth. Hyena mom, so zebras are generally fairly sufficient when it comes to, eating and all of that. Generally, about anything from a month old or so, they'll start grazing. However, again, just like with any other species and any other animal, it really does depend on that specific individual. But that being said, a lot of animals such as baby rhinos, baby elephants, baby zebras, they go through what we call coprophagia. And to simplify that, that is literally just eating mommy's poop because that has gone through one process of digestion and is not as harsh on their tummies yet. So they will in fact drink milk, but they will also eat mommy's poop. But generally anything from like a couple of weeks to a month old, they will already be grazing as well. Sometimes earlier, sometimes later. I'm just very glad we don't have to go through coprophagia. I would not make it. The things we get to miss out on as humans. Oh goodness. My dear director, Sitle, is not enjoying this picture I'm giving her. Not the zebras, the mental picture I mean. I think I've never been asked a question more in my life, and that was working in Africa and the United States. That is probably, well, two questions. Is a zebra black with white stripes or white with black stripes? And then the other question, can a zebra be ridden? I don't think I've ever heard those questions as much in my life. That was very, very important for people to know when I was still actively guiding. And you can actually see how hot it is here in Djuma, with a sort of heat wave that's blistering around. Hopefully we will get some proper rain soon. Just beautiful. I'm very happy we got to see those beautiful zebras. Even if it was for a mere moment, we are always grateful to see them, whether they grace us with their presence for 1 minute or 10 minutes or an hour. It's always such a pleasure seeing these animals. And also one of my personal favorites. And I know you're probably thinking, Lisa, you say everything is your favorite. But it is. I love all of the animals. Alrighty, well, we will keep an eye on the Juma cam, but in the meantime, let's see what we may have missed at Ukokoyo, or what is waiting for us, perhaps. I just love these springbok, honestly. They are, I almost want to say, so predictable. Because there's always one that's in the water. It's probably like humans as well. There's always one that's swimming or that loves water a bit more. My niece loves water. It will be winter and she will want to swim. Much like myself when I was younger too. But I think in an area as arid and dry like this, I would also constantly just be chilling in this salt pan. If anyone needs me, this is where I am. Just incredible. I cannot tell you how badly I would love to go to the spot. Specifically after my mother's testament about it, but just every day spending time here and watching the animals and just seeing everything. Oh, it's stunning. I cannot wait to go, and I hope those of you that have not yet gone to this area should definitely make a plan. Maybe we should plan a trip, all of us. All of us. Goodness, Lisa. Words. And it's incredible to also see how they are, you know, sort of facing different directions. They are all making sure, you know, they see some, well, looking forward. I mean, they can't see what's happening behind them. But you can see here on the right, there is one that is keeping a lookout. So it truly is incredible. And something like that, how do they know? Who decided? Did they discuss this morning to say, okay, well, Frikkie, you will be on lookout while we are drinking and then we will swap? Or do they just sort of take on that responsibility in the moment? Those two are having a bit of a moment. It's always interesting, specifically in summertime as well, to see how zebras are standing, especially during the day when they're out in the open or something. They will literally stand with their opposites to each other's, well, like their head at the one's rear end and then vice versa. And that is actually when they are swatting the flies with their tails, they can sort of get the flies out of one another's faces as well. I wonder where our elephants and rhinos are today. Hopefully they will come say hi later today. Maybe it's still too hot for them. Justine, so they don't necessarily have a matriarch for their herds. They have harems. So there will be one stallion and he will be in charge of the group in terms of protecting them and all of that. But generally there can be a more dominant female amongst the rest. They can rather get feisty with each other and bite each other and sort of fight amongst each other as well. But in terms of like a matriarch, like with elephants or hyenas, that is a no. They are led and protected by a stallion. Wayne, generally you can, yes. With harems, there'll be a, of course, stallion that's in charge of the herd. With a bachelor group, it can be quite difficult because just like humans, some have days where they are more dominant and other days not so much. So it really depends. But you would have to literally see interaction to be able to tell who's the more dominant stallion or member of that group, even if it's just for the time being. Because what they do is they actually have an extra incisor, 2 extra incisors in their mouth, which is called a tusher. And they also use that to bite each other. So apart from kicking and all of that, they do in fact also bite each other when they are fighting. And then, as I mentioned earlier, when there's a foal that's born and there's a stallion that wants to kill the foal, he will do everything in his power to trample that little one. So it's all about interaction. It's difficult to just say by looking at an animal, if it's standing still or just in a group, okay, well, that's definitely the dominant one. You would definitely have to see some sort of interaction amongst the members. And I would just love to know, what are these animals thinking? Like these oryx, for instance. What's going through their mind right now? Should we head out for some snacks? Should we chill around the watering hole? What do you think are going through these animals' minds? Sitle says she thinks they have the Lion King theme song in the background. But which one though? Hakuna Matata, the opening theme song. Wa Sibemya. When you work for Wild Earth, you are a bit cuckoo. Well, I guess any wildlife enthusiast for that matter. Whether you're a naturalist, a photographer, if just a bush junkie I should say. Yes, I think you have to be a little bit out there. And you have to be able to laugh at yourself. Ben, I think that is your name. Yes. What is the purpose of the stones on the side of the dam? So the stones in this area is merely due to the topography, all of the nutrients you'll find here, all of the minerals. Of course, here at Ukukuyo, this is the largest salt pan. So that is also one of the reasons these animals can thrive and exist and survive, is because of all the minerals in it. Because to us it just looks like stones, but of course, you know, animals is incredibly intelligent and they can actually pick up on the different minerals and nutrients which can be found in nature, whether it's in a dry and arid area like this or in the low velds. Animals are completely resourceful. So, and just like everything else, we don't always understand it. We think we can study it and learn the history of it, but I don't think we'll truly ever know everything about nature. But yes, they are full of minerals and nutrients. Just want to see if we can get a closer look at this guy, because I know I say this over and over and over, but just look at them. What a fascinating animal. Oryx antelope. It really does look like they're going to war. And when you look at all of these animals, like the eland, the oryx, the kudu, all of these antelope, it's ridiculous if you look at those horns, because how do they carry those horns? Just like an elephant with its ears and its trunk. It must be super heavy, and yet they've adapted, they survive, they make it work. Giving us their best side right now, thank you. Lovely. It truly is so incredible. We tend to think, animals are very predictable and we can more or less tell when they're going to come to the water and when they're going to do this or that. But we never know. And weather, of course, also has a massive impact on that. But I mean, I've had safaris where it's super sunny, you think you're going to see a lot and you see nothing. And then I've had safaris where it stormed and we got drenched and all of that, and we see so many things. So that truly is incredible. But while I stay here at Ukukuyo and check the watering hole to see if anything else is going to come down, I think let's see what Rolf has been up to in the meantime.
Like somebody's watching you. These guys are right up close to me. I can't zoom out anymore. And that was awesome. They seem to be quite curious. One was trying to drink from that female. I don't know if it is its calf. I think it must be. Sorry, now she's trying to get away from it, and it's following her like it wants to drink. I think she just wants to drink some water, which is right next to me, and she's just curious about what or who I am. So it is a bit tricky with this camera work. As I say, I can't zoom out anymore. Sorry, now that's right over the back of the vehicle.
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
So we've been extremely lucky. And this is what I'm talking about when I say just spend time with animals. This is very, very, very cool to see this. Do cheetah males groom each other for social bonding? And I can't give you a better answer than what they're actually doing in front of the camera right now.
Look at that! The elephants did not want me to see them coming, so they quickly sent us away, and then they were like, okay, now we'll show ourselves, as they usually do. But how cool were those giraffes with Rolf? It's always so special getting up close and personal with him. Oh, just look at the little ones. Quite a few little ones here. Hi, baby. So excited. I just want to go swim. And as always, they are sheltered by the big ones, or the adults. Oh, just look at that tiny one. There's quite a few tiny ones here. At the back I see two. Here in front I see at least one. There's another one coming. Cute. And when you look at the social structure of elephants, it really is so incredible to observe it, because even though a herd can sort of, break apart and then meet up again, if an elephant comes across a herd that does not belong to him, or he does not belong to he or she, they will immediately know that. And again, that might be by pheromones and scents and all of that. But again, how do they know? I think that has been my question the most today. It's just, how do these animals know these things? Oh, that baby is just loving the water. Let me see if I can get us a closer look. Excuse me, elephant. We're trying to look at the cute one. Not that you are not cute, but the cute one. Daisy, you and me both. I would also love to swim with elephants. That is actually one of my lifelong dreams. I don't know if it's the safest thing to do, but yes, they really do make it look like so much fun. And even with baby elephants like that, you would think, one of them is going to step on them. But they never do. They know exactly where the little ones are. But yes, a pool party indeed that I would not mind being a part of. But for now, we will just appreciate the mere fact that we get to observe it. Oh, wow, how incredible. And it's sort of almost like they're giving the babies a chance, before wanting to go in themselves. They'd rather give the babies and the youngsters the space to get full on weight. Because, of course, the adults, they have very sufficient trunks that work perfectly, so they can shower themselves that way. But the younger the elephant, the less experienced the trunk, so just submerging themselves in the water is the easiest, like that one in the dead center, just having a blast. They really are adorable, those ones in the back specifically. All of them, don't get me wrong. Adults, teenagers, sub-adults, babies, grandpas, grandmas, all of them are just, but there's one in front. I mean, look at that. You're so tiny. Tammy, that is a good question. If a crocodile was in fact in this water, would it leave due to the elephants? Let me start off by saying that I do not believe, I could be wrong, I'm not an elephant, but I do not believe that the elephants would have gone in that easily and that comfortably if there had been a crocodile, because they would have smelled it. Specifically with young babies like that, they wouldn't risk it. And also, it's tricky because a crocodile, obviously, the water is where they feel safe. So it does happen a lot, where elephants do go for a swim and there's hippos in the water, they'll just sort of move off a bit. But with crocodiles, you would not have this scenery of elephants just entering the water that quickly and easily if there had been a crocodile. Oh, and it really never gets old. I've seen this literally hundreds of times in my life in various areas, but it really never gets old. How they literally just become children in the water, the adults and the kids. The youngster's just telling the oryx antelope who's boss. It's not him, it's his parent probably, but if you've got a parent or a gang or someone behind you, you are probably entitled enough to be that cocky. And just like that, it's over. There's one big bull to the left, will probably stick around for a little bit. But then he will eventually also follow the herd. What is an elephant sighting without a bit of a tussle? Leroy, indeed, for me it's amazing how elephants navigate through anything. My very first reserve that I used to work on, my very first reserve that I used to work on was a very mountainous topography. And somehow the elephants, literally learn to climb the mountains. Steep areas, they would literally just, I don't know if they had 4x4 or what, but they could navigate through that. So yes, even through these mere rocks, they just make it work. But I do believe we heard some elephants calling as well. I think that's what that sound was. Might have been an elephant trumpeting. Come on, little one, you will get left behind. Oh, just incredible how they walk in that line and all of them know. Okay, well, swimming time's over. Let's go. I love how the other animals just come bolting in like, oh, thank goodness they're gone. Let's have our turn. I remember fondly when I was a kid and we would go visit my uncle and aunt in the Sabi Sands. We would literally, because they have a lodge there, and of course we are family and we are kids and all of that, so if we wanted to use the swimming pool at the lodge, we literally had to wait for the guests to leave on safari. And in the Lowveld, I'm sure you have learned by now, it gets excruciatingly hot in the summertime. So generally by 5 o'clock, if we heard the safari vehicles going out, we were literally those zebras. Yes, they're gone, let's swim, or let's get into the pool. What a beautiful herd. I think I counted at least 40 individuals whilst they were swimming here now. That was truly an incredible sighting. Just beautiful. Alrighty, well, that was really a treat. I think let's take a look at what's happening at our Mashatu watering hole. from a massive herd of elephants to one single elephant. As one herd makes their exit, another makes its entrance. The animals are really spoiling us. Honestly, every day is just such a blessing with these animals. And the best part about it is they don't even know they're doing it. They don't know we're here, they don't know we're enjoying them. They're just living their best life. Bobby, yes, those are the red-billed quillias that you can hear there. And the reason it's so loud, it's literally a flock of hundreds or even thousands that are flocking together. I tried to catch them earlier today, but the thing is they are literally in a tree just behind us, out of reach. I literally have scanned the whole watering hole this whole morning to see if we can try and catch them. But yes, those are the quillias that are very, very, very loud. You can see them bypassing the camera, but they are never in full view for us. However, I will keep trying, I promise. Sorry, I just want to see what that is. Dalks, thank you so much for your question and for getting in touch with us. I hope it's Dalks or Glux or Deluxe. Sorry if we are not pronouncing it correctly. So when water holes dry up, of course animals have to move. That is what happens in the Masai Mara. Animals start migrating because water sources and food sources and all of that, are not as abundant as they would be in the summertime. So then what happens is it forces animals to move. But that being said, depending on how far they move and how far they have to move, it can become quite detrimental to them actually, because they can dehydrate and of course they can literally overheat, specifically in areas like the Lowveld. If it doesn't get a lot of rain in time, it becomes super humid, super hot. So yes, that is why water is very, very important for animals. But generally, as they move along, they know which watering hole will be closer, etc. Again, it's all about their senses, their smell, and how incredible all of that is. But like in areas like Kruger, I know in 1 year they had such a bad drought. And of course your animals like crocodiles and hippos will also start moving around as soon as the water dries up. And a lot of those animals actually died that year because they couldn't reach another watering hole in time, and they can only travel for so long without water. So that's why it does help when an area does have more than one watering hole and sufficient watering holes, so that should one dry up, they can always just go to another. That was one of my favorite things on my previous reserve I worked at. There was a lot of watering holes, some of them man-made and some of them natural, but there was always another one that the animals could refer to if there was not a drought, but if one of the watering holes did dry up. Oh, elephant, I thought you will come and have a mud bath. So did the warthogs. You can see they are very vigilant. They almost gave way before the elephants even arrived. Maybe he's just looping around. We'll have a look. And it truly is so incredible to think, whether we're at Amakala or Madikwe or Botswana or Ukukoyo, any of the locations, we get to see these animals. It's all live. How cool is that? We get to experience and observe all of these animals in their element, and it's all live. And of course, this is an interactive experience, so we really want you to join us on this journey and just ask us anything, literally, if it's about the animals or us as naturalists, anything you would like us to cover specifically or chat about. At the end of the day, this is all your safari and we want you to enjoy it. So please do get in touch with us. Oh, this warthog is just having the time of its life. Sinak, yes, it's always fun to see the warthogs. They are always a treat, whether they are just eating and digging up their roots and bulbs, or whether they're actually mud bathing. Here come our baboons as well. I love that baboon. It looks like it's sitting on Pride Rock or something. Just there in the middle of the water. See if I can get us a closer look. You can hear that screaming. That is one of the baboons getting disciplined. Yes, Kate. They do discipline their young like humans do. Although nowadays it is frowned upon. But I remember in my culture, a goeie pak slaag is what you got, which is a proper hiding. If you were naughty or really misbehaved, you know, your parents did discipline you. But as I say, nowadays, from what I can see, most parents frown upon it. But yes, much like humans and much like baboons, we do have the same methods when it comes to disciplining the young. And apart from hitting and smacking each other, they have massive canines as well, which is why I do not like these animals. I love all animals, but baboons I do not like. They can be very intimidating. They've got massive teeth, so the big males, you know, that are in charge of protecting the groups can be rather intimidating. So for me, I'm not too keen on them. But again, we love all animals. We don't have to like all of them. And then an ostrich there, that black blotch. It's alive. Just want to try my best and see if I can get us a look at these quillias, but they really are in a tricky spot. And the reason they're so loud is they are very close to the dam camera, so that is why we can hear them so beautifully. But we only really see them when they obviously fly past us. Arctic Circle, thank you so much for getting in touch with us. So, Mashatu is most famous for elephants, I would say, definitely. Because Botswana as a whole, of course, that's where Mashatu is situated. Botswana is very, very famous for elephants. And you can almost always expect to see elephants at this watering hole. That being said, I don't want to make it sound like we take them for granted and, you know, it's not unusual to see them. But yes, I would say elephants, definitely. It is, after all, the land of the giants. Yeah, you can just see these quillias bypassing us the whole time, but they are literally just out of reach for us. Because what they'll do is they'll go sit in an acacia, and they literally, as I said, in intervals, they'll go down to the water, and then fly in the massive flock, take off, look for food. But they are just out of our reach. Here another one is getting disciplined. It's getting a goeie pak slaag. I remember for me as a kid, it was always the scariest thing, you know, if you know you were naughty and you know you're going to get disciplined. My father is a really, really large man. He wears a size 13 or 14 shoe, so I always knew, like, if he said, like, go fetch my slippers, I knew. And then I would cry and cry and cry and just say, I'm sorry, Dad, I won't ever do it again. And I think that's what these baboons are probably also saying, whether it's to their mothers or their aunts or the actual male that's in charge of the troop. Just like children, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. And then you do it again. Just want to take a look-see here on this side and see if somebody is not enjoying the mud crater, or the jacuzzi as I call it. A lot of disciplining going on today amongst these baboons. Always fascinating to observe them. I am very surprised we have not had more giraffe sightings here at Mashatu today. We've had one, but that is about it. Alrighty, well, let us see what is happening in our wonderful Ukukuyo and what the animals have been up to there. I have to say, I'm stunned with the difference between today and tomorrow. No, Lisa, you cannot see into the future. Yesterday and today. Yesterday, literally everywhere, it was super busy. Literally in Amakala, Okukuyo, Mashatu, Juma, like literally the whole time, animals were everywhere. And today they are just, every now and again they come by. But that just shows you, we must never get spoiled. We must always appreciate all of it. Small, massive, flowers, frogs, lions, literally from small to big, to what we say is irrelevant, to what we say is relevant. Sammy, yes, from what I have heard, you can, yes. But I have not myself visited Ukukuyo, so I am not yet clued up on it. And I'm still to study a lot about it. And I'm very excited to do so. But from what I understand, you can find them here, yes. The baboons. Or I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's in German. You call them Bavian. I cannot remember. I just distinctly remember that terminology for them from a group of guests I had. I think it was German. Bavian. Might be because in Afrikaans it's Bobbejaan. And German and Afrikaans can sometimes be very, very close to one another. Well, I am not going to be disappearing. I just want us to have a quiet moment. Just for a minute or two, just to enjoy all of these beautiful sounds. Take in the beautiful scenery. I wish we could smell what's going on around us right now. But just to enjoy and appreciate all of it.
Explorers, we want to hear from you. Join us on the 9th of October at 7:30 p.m. for another town hall with the CEO of Wild Earth, Graham Wallington. Open to all levels of explorers. We truly value your input, and so we want to hear your questions, feedback, and suggestions. And as always, Graham will answer you and update you on the goings-on behind the scenes here at Wild Earth. See you.
Come, giraffe. It almost seems shy. Like it's very, very cautious to come to the water. But it's fine. You're good. There's no crocodiles here that we know of. Just Gwen? I would like to think so. Quinn, sorry. Because if you look at buffaloes, rhinos, giraffes, all of these animals that have the oxpeckers cleaning them, I mean, sometimes they really get really into it, like into their ears and into their nostrils and everything. And often I think, oh, I would get so irritated, but somehow it doesn't bother the animals because it's like they know they are getting cleaned, the animal's getting fed, so it's, and they might enjoy the massage. So no, to answer your question, I don't think they get bothered by it. You can see the giraffe being very vigilant, as always, when they are drinking. Going into that weird position, you have to make sure nothing's coming for you, because you're not going to get out of it that easily. Oh goodness. Everyone got a fright. Ryan, so the relationship between oxpeckers and giraffes, well, any other animals for that matter, like rhino and buffalo, that they also share a symbiotic relationship with, can be parasitic, yes. For the most part, it is a mutual relationship that they share because both benefit. But if an animal does have a wound or something and the oxpeckers keep pecking at it and not allowing the wound to heal, then it can become parasitic, yes. That is a very good question. But for the most part, it's a good relationship from what we can see. Yes, it truly is a treat to always see giraffes drinking. Yesterday I dubbed them Bertie when they are drinking, which I'll probably get disinherited for, because that is my nickname for my father. And when he has to pick up something, he looks like a giraffe, because it's really a whole mission to get down. Oof, it looks very uncomfortable. Just bear with me. I just want to see if anything else is going to come down to the water. I really am still holding out hope for our black rhino. We've now had our elephants, and what a sighting that was with the whole herd swimming. We've had the zebras, the oryx, the springboks, the wildebeest, what else? Kudu. We've had the kudu as well. So I really am just holding thumbs for the black rhino. That will really, really make my day. Not that my day has not been made already. We've seen some incredible things today. Clara, that is a brilliant question. Thank you so much for sending that through to us. Oh, Sarah, I apologize. I had Clara. Yes. So even away from the watering hole, the animals will still hang out together, and that is just a safety numbers aspect. A lot of them do benefit as well from feeding together, like the wildebeest and the zebras. But yes, obviously, the more animals there are, the harder it'll be for predator to just single out one, and the more alarms there can be for all of them. But of course, the water hole, just like for us as humans, that generally brings people together. Not necessarily just a water hole with us, but food. But even if there's not food involved, I still like to hang out with my family and friends. It's better with food or water, but generally there has to be that aspect as well. Just peaceful. Well, it does not seem like I am going to get my treat to Black Rhino today on Escape to Nature, but that's alright. This afternoon we've still got time to wait for them. Tomorrow's another day, so we will definitely see what we can do. But I would love to see what is happening on the Djuma Dam camp, so let's head on over and see if we can see any animals. And we've got vervet monkeys. I say that like I'm super fond of them. I do prefer them over baboons. However, I don't like them as much as animals. Just merely because they can be very, very, very naughty. Naughty little buggers. I heard a rumor that they steal pain pills as well from the naturalists. I do not like these animals, but they are very intriguing, just like the baboons. Very fascinating behaviors to observe from them. And of course, excellent indicators of predators. I know one of them helped Cedric yesterday help us find his beautiful leopard. They are wonderful indicators of predators because they can actually see the predators. And the waterbuck. Even the water bucks are very vigilant and, very cautious, constantly listening, just like the zebras earlier as well. I do suspect there must be something around here. But I mean, obviously the monkeys have not called yet, so they have not seen it, but I do believe the other animals have smelled it. And again, we are watching these beautiful animals live. As it's happening in the bush, we are experiencing this live right now. And remember, all of our interactions we have with you, whether it's sunrise safari, escape to nature, sunset safari, all of it is interactive, and we love to hear from you. So if you have any questions or comments or anything you would like to share with us, please do so. We love to hear from all of you, because at the end of the day, this is your safari, this is your experience, and we would love to hear from you, and we would love to educate you, and love to be educated from you as well. We are never too experienced or too old as any human being to learn from each other. So please do get in touch with us. Even if you do not do that right now, you're more than welcome to do that this afternoon on Sunset Safari. Just for everyone to know, there is a little squirrel that is having some fun with our damn cam. Danny, you are very welcome. And thank you to all of you that joined us today on Escape to Nature. Thank you for all of your questions. And thank you for always listening to us. I think as naturalists, that is our biggest goal in life, is to just share our passion with people and just be able to educate people on the importance of all of these animals as well, and just be able to appreciate them. So it's a pleasure, but thank you, honestly. Without all of you, none of this is possible. So thank you so much for allowing us to be your naturalists and your fellow wildlife enthusiasts. But it really has been an incredible day, and I think my highlight has been the elephants swimming in Ukukuyo with all of their tiny, tiny babies. And of course the Kori bustards. We had 2 of them in Mashatu, which was awesome. So that honestly was a highlight for me. And then these water bucks. Just look at those beautiful heart-shaped noses. I really can watch these antelope all day. Really, truly, I can. Yeah, you can see they're still very vigilant. Except those two in the background, they're having their own little fight. Not too worried about anything. But from myself, Lisa, from Lauren, Rolf, the whole Wild Earth team, thank you so much for joining us today on Escape to Nature. It really has been incredible seeing all of these animals with you, being able to talk to you about all of them and just being able to enjoy all of it. And thank you for immersing yourselves with us on Escape to Nature. Just so that everyone knows, today we will be playing Memories from Penguin Beach. We do apologize for the inconvenience, but please join us tomorrow as we will be celebrating International African Penguin Awareness Day. That is tomorrow. But we hope you stay tuned, and we hope you will join us for the Sunset Safari as well. And we really have loved having all of you join us. We will see you again tomorrow for Escape to Nature. Same time, same place. Have a beautiful day, all of you amazing people.
Good afternoon, Wild Earth, and welcome to Penguin Beach on this beautiful, beautiful waddle on Wednesday afternoon. My name is Byron and I'm going to be your naturalist for the day. I've got Igor behind the lens today. I'm sure we're going to see those beautiful fingers. Come on, Igor, where's the thumb? Alright, and let's see what Penguin Beach has in store for us today. We are down here at the left wing. The tide is relatively low, the water's nice and groomed offshore, and I think we are in for an absolutely magnificent day down here. We are coming to you live, and it is an interactive show, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your comments, your questions, your stories. Let us know what you would like to see as well. Come down to the beach, slap your sunscreen on, bring a hat. Don't get burnt like Igor and myself yesterday. And let's have a fantastic day down here. We are joined by a family of Egyptian geese that are just chilling out on the beach. Jimmy, that is amazing. I am super stoked. Right back at you that you are excited to waddle on down here with us, my brew. Let's do this. What a day. I just want to grab the board shorts and run out into that water. It is looking incredible out there. Let's head over to the weatherman. Let's see what we can expect down here today. Sunny skies, I suggest. Music to my ears. Not just Mel's beautiful voice in my ear, but also the weather. 19 degrees Celsius, sunny skies, and because the wind is blowing northwest again, the ocean isn't cooling us down yet, so it's really nice and warm. The real feels actually a little bit warmer than 19, as it does when the wind blows this direction in spring and summer. Although the ocean is quite nice and warm still.